No sé qué tú ves en mí, mi amor. Ya no dejes de mirarme, que ya me gusta quién soy. Contigo me siento en control. Eres el balance en este mundo, poco humor. Se volvió ese chico que habló en mis canciones. Esas madrugadas y hermosas conversaciones. Se volvió ese chico que quería ver otra vez. Y me enamoré a volverlo a ver. Tú me ves como nadie más, bebé. Me diste alas para que vuele, pero motivos para quedarme. Tú me ves como nadie más, bebé. Tú me curas cuando más me duele. Sé que siempre has sabido amarme.
Eso eres tortolito, no queda bien, bebé. Mejor de tus amigas diciendo que no ven. Esto sea duradero, que sea algo sincero. Que un perro no cambia y eso es lo que es él. Pero tú lo viste, mi amor. Tú viste mi mejor versión. Hiciste lo que nadie quería. Serías para mis poesías. Siento que tú solo sabes. Chico con par de maldades. Pero sincero, verdadero, baby. Secreto que tú solo sabes. Momentos que siento reales. Yo lo prefiero que en un largo tiempo sea tu caballero.
Tú me ves como nadie más, bebé. Me diste alas para que vuele, pero motivos para quedarme. Tú me ves como nadie más, bebé. Tú me curas cuando más me duele. Sé que siempre has sabido amarme. Se volvió ese chico que habló en mis canciones. Esas madrugadas y hermosas conversaciones. Se volvió ese chico que quería ver otra vez. Y me enamoré a volverlo a ver. Tú me ves como nadie más, bebé. Me diste alas para que vuele, pero motivos para quedarme. Tú me ves como nadie más, bebé. Me diste alas para que vuele, pero motivos para quedarme. Tú me ves como nadie más, bebé. Tú me curas cuando más me duele. Sé que siempre has sabido amarme.
G'day legends, just a quick message from me before we begin this little cooking demonstration short that I usually do. So this one's slightly different to the previous ones I've done. It's shorter and it's only focusing on one of our dishes from this evening's upcoming cook. That is simply because the other two things that are involved are literally one bowl together or one thing together, all ingredients at once. And that's all that's involved in sort of taking the dish to the point before you either cook it or serve it. So the other two are very, very simple and basic and wasn't worth the time that I already didn't have spent trying to make a shorts for that as well. The other difference is that this short video is actually an even more simplified version of what I'm going to be doing in tonight's cooking on the fly, and this is just to demonstrate to you guys after you watch this and then you watch the actual presentation, demonstrate the ability to alter things and even simplify things even further than what I may already do on cooking on the fly, and hopefully open it to even more of a scope of people of various cooking abilities and understanding and things like that. So you'll see very much that this is an extremely simplified version of tonight's main dish, which is Anticuchos a pico macho, which is a Bolivian meat dish fusioned with a Bolivian loaded potatoes dish that also includes meat. So I've decided to take the seasoning from one and add it to the other and create a fusion. Anyway, I've been speaking now for almost 2 minutes, so what we should actually do is probably start the demonstration process. So I'll get to that now. Okay, so first up, you want to get yourself a frying pan with some oil, and you want to get yourself a pot with some hot water that has been seasoned on the stove, and you want to get those heating. And then into a bowl, you want to get your meat. I've gone with mince for the reasons I detailed at the start of the video. It is simple and easily accessible product. And then to your meat, you're going to want to add your seasonings and herbs and spices and allow it to marinate for as long as you possibly can. Although mince is not traditional for this, if you are using it, you then want to get a fork and you want to mix it all around to help break up the pieces of mince as well, because obviously you want to get the flavor everywhere. And then you want to get your meat into something really, really hot to brown it off, whether that's a pan or a grill or whatever. Whilst your meat is cooking, you want to be slicing up your veggies for the pique macho part of this dish. Even though I am using non-traditional mince in this demonstration part, it is still meat and we do still want to give it the opportunity to rest and infuse the flavors more. Put your smoking hot pan back on the heat with the flavors of the meat juices and fat in there, and that's what we're going to cook our veggies in. And now you just want to fry off your veggies until they're soft and they're caramelized and they're flavored, and make sure that you season them as well. Whilst the veggies are cooking, you want to char the tomato for our chili peanut sauce. In the proper dish, you would do this in an oven or on the grill, but as you can see, I'm trying to make this simple as possible, a potential, 10-15 minute midweek meal that you can whip together, and it achieves that result. Now that the tomato's charred, turn the heat down on the veggies and keep the meat resting. You want to throw all your ingredients in here for the chili peanut satay sauce. We're using peanut butter just to make things nice and easy. Obviously, traditionally, you use peanuts that have been roasted. And then literally, you just want to blend the whole thing together to form a peanutty saucy paste. Once you've done that, you want to throw your meat back in with the veggies and obviously spread it out so that it all has an opportunity to come and heat evenly. And then once you've done that for a little bit and the heat started to apply and the meat started to sizzle, then you can mix it all together and combine it and make it look like it's meant to. Whilst you're doing that, you want to go look and see that your water is boiling, so you want it to be at this point. At that point, you want to drop your egg in and you want to take it for as long as you want your egg to be cooked, traditionally hard boiled. So now you want to cook your potatoes. Now, I'm using chips, again, for the real simplicity of how simple I wanted to make this dish in this demonstration. You can obviously use potatoes. I had chips around that needed to be used. I'm just deep frying them. Once your egg is cooked the way you desire, you want to put it in some cold ice water to come down to a better temperature. Then you want to remove your cooked chips from the fryer, chuck them in a bowl, season them, toss them, to obviously let the flavor come together. And then I always put my fried foods on paper towel for a couple of minutes, let it lay out and allow the oil to soak into the paper, rest, etc. It creates a more crunchy texture, it's better for you, etc, etc. And this is the finished product. You've layered the chips, followed by the meat and veggies, followed by the egg, which has been peeled and cut, followed by the sauce. Now, I wanted to try something slightly different with this week's cooking on the fly. I wanted to, obviously, as I said at the start, simplify the dish even further in the introduction so that you can see different levels of where you can take the dish. Now, you guys let me know if this is something that you would like to see in future ones, or whether you would like to go back to just seeing a streamlined, simplified demonstration of what we're going to be doing for the dish. Obviously, I'll provide much more in-depth steps that you can implement into the dish when I'm cooking live. However, obviously you can go back and watch this couple of minutes, and as you can see, you can create a loaded potato / fry style dish that is a very simplified, very midweek happy version of the dish in question. But without further ado, this has been a long enough shorts video introduction because it was more of an in-depth recipe version than usual, I guess. So let's actually do this dish the proper way that it would be done if you have time on your hands.
You know what I like to do to her? Something I call a dirty fuzzy.
G'day, ladies and gentlemen, legends of the highest regard, and welcome back to Microsoft Flight Simulator, our world adventure. Here, as you guys know, we are about to head into Bolivia, and this evening, cooking on the fly number 6. Now, I gave you guys a rundown on the more complex of the two dishes, and you'll understand in the actual main cooking why I didn't pre-film the other two, because literally, as I explained during that video, it is the case of with the cookies, it is the case of one bowl, all the ingredients, stir it together, put it on a tray, put it in the oven. And it's the same with the cocktail. All the ingredients into one jug, shake it together, pour it over some ice. So really, 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 really simplistic stuff. And some really expensive ingredients in there like macadamias. So I didn't, feel like just sort of going, oh yeah, I'll cook this a few times. Just, spend like $50 on macadamias. It's not really something I wanted to do if I could avoid it. On top of that, there will be a giveaway this evening. Now, I'm not going to give away too many details about that. A couple of people know the general what's going to be occurring with that. But whoever wins that giveaway is going to have some serious power in relation to these World Adventure streams as we progress further. There will also be an announcement after the stream in the Discord. Possibly I may detail some basics around it during or towards the end of the stream as well. It's just some information about the upcoming next 14 to 17 days. Yeah. Now, why does it sound like I can... Can people hear me twice? For some reason, I'm hearing myself twice. Let me know if you can hear me twice on like a slight delay or whatever, because I have no idea what's causing that. But, sure. Nope, sound is... Okay, cool. So it's just me who can hear myself twice. Fantastic. That's going to be really, awesome. Alright. So, who do we have with us this evening? We have Mr. William Kelly. G'day, mate. Welcome to the stream. Hope you are doing well. Wes is here. G'day, Wes. Welcome to the stream, mate. Managed to catch the last little bit of yours. Happened to load in as you were tumbling down into a cliff. So, I mean, nothing's really changed, I guess. Fozzie says, G'day, Fozzie. How you going, mate? Welcome to the stream. Hope you are doing well. Derek is here. He says, good morning, Vietnam. G'day, Derek. Welcome to the stream. Hope you are doing well. Mr. Calling Pigeon is here. He says, bon appetit, pilots. I mean, I'd rather eat food, Calling Pigeon, but if pilots are your, go-to, I mean, I'm sure they're tasty in ways of their own.
I like to do to her? Something I call a dirty fuzzy.
You guys are obsessed with that. Cheddar Bob says hello. G'day, Mr. Chris. How you going, mate? Welcome to the stream. Black Evo says hello, you slippery slews. G'day, Black Evo. Hope California is being kind to you. Vrudin is here, but he ain't going to be chatting for a little bit because he's using multiple PCs. It must be nice. Black Evo's having a shower. Too much information. It's maybe I can put a fourth camera because I've now got 3 cameras operating. Maybe I can put a fourth camera somewhere with Black Evo in the shower for everyone's enjoyment. Mez says, g'day. G'day, Metas, mate. Welcome to the stream. Hope you are doing very well. That was unexpected. Gowan is here. G'day, Gowan. How you going? Good to see ya. And did I miss anyone? Did I miss anyone? Okay, can hear my echo slightly. Okay, so I'm not the only one who can hear that just in the background. I have no idea what's causing that. Could be one of the other microphones. That might actually mean that other microphone that wasn't working in the previous stream works now. What have I changed? Nothing. So, who knows? Technology. All right, enough antics. Let's make this aircraft flyable. So, fuel pumps on, engine master switch on, avionics master switch on, electric master 2 on. Let that initialize. There we go. Give us a start. Give us an S. Give us a T. Give us an A. Give us an R. Give us a T. What does that spell? Start. I don't know why. I'm just trying at cheerleading. I don't know if it works for me. Maybe I need to wear a short skirt and I might get further. Who knows? Alright, make sure that we are set to GPS. We can shut up that about that. Turn the pitot heat on. We can do that. Make sure the barrow is set. So I'm just going to pop flight plan in the chat again. Yeah, okay, interesting. It's double SBCR. Interesting how that... I think I made a typo in the flight plan. So that'll be Sierra Bravo Charlie Romeo, not Sierra Bravo Charlie Romeo. So the MSA is going to change as we progress this evening. We're going to be at 5,500 feet before the first sort of major airport where people will probably want to land. Then we're at 9,500 feet for the next part, up to Viru Viru. And then for the last bit, it's an 18,000 foot MSA as we make our way into Sucre. So, lights, camera, action. Put the flaps in, like so. So, because I'm going to be cooking, I'm going to be going to... Well, I'm going to go to 14,000 feet, direct straight up, and then I will alter that as we get further along and I get closer and closer to having a intimate relationship with a mountainside. But for the rest of you, you guys can obviously change it around. Oh, okay. Camera's doing weird shit. But you guys can change it around as you go. Right, interesting. The camera resets itself now every single time you want to move the camera around. Thanks, Microsoft Flight Simulator. There's a feature I didn't fucking want. Jesus. That is annoying. See, every time... Oh, the camera's not straight. Oh, it's going to zoom me straight in. Thanks. I love that. Alright. So... the runway's behind us. There's only one active runway here at Corumba. We're going to go around, and we're going to go out, and we're going to go up. What we're going to do is we're going to make our way towards our cruising altitude as we're doing that, I'll give a few more details about this evening's giveaway. Yeah, don't worry, Go and I had to turn off all that shit. I went into my assistance options and everything was set to easy. And so I had to completely redo my assistance options all back to realistic flight model and all that again. No idea why. I don't know, maybe Microsoft Flight Simulator has been watching my streams and they're just like, this bloke could do with a little bit of assistance. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, let's remove the brakes and push the throttles forward. Try not to have a accident with Rudin if possible. So the entrance to the runway is probably over here somewhere. Maybe it's an option to turn off. Maybe it is an option to turn off. But just yeah, like why? Why are you giving it to us by default? Maybe make it an option to turn on. You know, like the random tips and reminders and shit that they throw at us now. You know, maybe could you make that an option to turn on as opposed to by default you get hit with all the spam from various, you know. I had ATC, I had my checklist, I had a few other things pop up just randomly. I'm like, why? What? It's not necessary. But anyway. Maybe that's just the old grumpy man in me talking. Need to get moving a little bit here. Going, so that's a good idea if you're going to leave to go to 18k. The only reason I'm not going to 18k is because it is above the service ceiling of this aircraft, so obviously I want to spend as little time as possible at 18,000 feet, just for, you know, reasons. Alright, so I'm going to go straight away and get it up, and there's no blue pills involved in this one. Just a lot of power. Well, I don't actually know if I'd say it's a lot of power. Just power. Figured I'd get a decent amount of speed on the ground because we do have a pretty significant climb ahead of us, especially for this little aircraft. Okay, we just got buzzed by an FA-18. Interesting. I don't know. Have we broken any laws? Are we getting a escort? Oh no, the FA-18's crashed. Never mind. Good to see that the FA-18 pilot is doing exactly what is expected. Alright, so... Okay, so they haven't fixed that in the update. The fact that the G1000 speed changing buttons are still reversed, so that's cool. Loving that camera thing. Cool. Just enough power out so that we're below the overstressing threshold. as we depart from Corumba here. So again, a huge shout out to Mr. Calling Pigeon for playing around with things, making sure that we go across certain areas on the flight plan, making sure that the airports that we're visiting have sceneries available. I have opted not to run anything in my community folder for this flight, simply because, as you guys are aware, whenever I seem to try and do something new, especially after a sim update of some sort, it usually results in a crash to desktop multiple times, sometimes a driver crash and a complete and utter destruction of the ability to stream for up to 30 minutes. So just to try and avoid that, I figured I'd give it a couple of days just to try and test some things. Yeah, Fozzie, this update's been good for me so far as well, except for the random changes to my options and stuff, and the random camera shit. Other than that, I've flown a few flights, it's been completely stable, but I've done those flights without any add-on scenery, and that was more just me testing to make sure that I actually would be able to stream on Saturday. And then what I'll do over the coming days is I'll add all my sceneries back in and do a few more flights in the particular areas where those sceneries are, and we'll see if we get a crash to desktop or what kind of thing. Alright, so as we now climb out of Corumba, I'm going to detail what tonight's giveaway, and I do giveaway in inverted commas because the fact of the matter is you're not winning anything as such of financial benefit to you or to your sim. What you are basically bidding for is a sort of a bragging rights style thing. So after much consultation with a few of the people behind the scenes in the channel, most specifically Black Eva or Semi-Solid Jet or Ornate Cornet, depending on what game we're playing at the time, depends on what we should refer to the man. Him and I had a small conversation about this before I decided to take it any further. He threw out some suggestions, I took them on board. In the end, I came to the conclusion that what I was thinking was a decent decision. It just needed some ironing out and smoothing out. So, from here on out until the end of this world adventure, we are going to change aircraft every 100 legs. And what is going to occur is, 5 to 10 flights before we get to the next aircraft change, we're going to run a giveaway. And the person who wins that giveaway will be able to select the next aircraft that I fly for the next 100 legs from a selection of aircraft that meet a specific criteria. And that criteria is it must be GA, it must be single engine, and it must have a range of more than 600 nautical miles. And that nautical mile range specification will change depending on what is coming up in the following 100 flights. So if you do win this giveaway, at the end of the stream, we will conversate in the Discord. You'll be given a list of aircraft that meet the criteria. You get to decide, and that is the plane that from leg 100 through to leg 200 I will be flying. Now, a bit of backstory as to why I came to this conclusion. And a few people are also aware of this. I've basically flight planned this whole journey. I've just got certain parts of Canada and the last part of the US at the very end of the journey to do. There's going to be 1,200 plus legs, okay? If I'm doing this in a DA40, whilst it's absolutely a fantastic aircraft in every way, shape or form, and there is definitely an option in the future for us to come back to this aircraft, is it's going to take 10 years. It just is. So, with the fact that this streaming thing was meant to originally be done in the Coronado Muni Bravo, but a couple of days prior to me starting this journey, there was a update which actually screwed all the Coronado aircraft. So it was at that point that I made a very quick decision to swap to the DA40. But I've sort of just come to the realization that it might be nice to mix things up. We can have something that's a little bit faster when we need it. So, when we're in the Pacific Islands and there's, 400 nautical miles of flying over water, probably don't want me in a DA40, let's be honest. So, yeah. So basically, that'll be the giveaway. And I say giveaway in inverted commas because it's not technically a giveaway. It's more of an opportunity to, as I said, have some sort of bragging rights over the whole scenario. I think I detailed everything there. But, so we will run that giveaway at some point this evening, probably after I finish the cooking process. We'll run that giveaway, and that is also the time that I will detail some information about the next 14 to 17 days. It's nothing terrible. It's just because of situations that have occurred in life in the last couple of months related to, mandates and stuff like that, not being able to work. Anyway, I'll get more to it, but there's going to be just a reduction in things for a little bit of time. That's all. Just, 2, maybe 3 weeks. But anyway, I'll give more details on that at a later point. Right, now. How are we going here? 5,500 feet. Cool. So, everything seems to be in order. Where we need it to be, where I want it to be, etc., etc. The aircraft seems to be wanting to do its thing. It's climbing. There's no weird shit occurring. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go and put the apron on. I'm going to move the chair. I'm going to make sure that all the cameras are set up where they need to be. And I will catch you guys in a couple of minutes on the other side of the bench, ready to cook up a pretty spectacular feast.
know what I like to do to her? Something I call a dirty fuzzy.
Alright! Well, as usual, the top of my head's being cut off. It's always good, but I guess you can see me from there. Hello! How you all going? Alright, so... Anticuchos pique macho. So the first thing that we are going to want to do is marinate the meat. Because obviously we want to allow that to marinate for the longest amount of time we possibly can. G'day Stu mate, welcome to the stream, hope you are doing well, and g'day to Sean Dale as well. Hope you are doing fantastically. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a generous sized bowl, enough to put my meat in. And then I'm going to grab my meat. Excuse me whilst I turn my back because I don't want to put that on the internet. Only kidding. It's not that meat, it's this meat. So usually for anticuchos, when you make it traditional Bolivian style, you would actually use ox heart, cow heart, or if you don't have access to that, a skirt or a flank steak. I had rum in the freezer. And I figured, well, you know, why not? So I decided to pick some rum. That. Ha! Get it up here. Okay, I don't know where I was going with that. So, I'm going to pull my meat out and place it in the bowl. Now you want to take all the meat, the whole amount, let it slide out and in, and then to that I'm going to grab some salt, some pepper, some oil, I'm going to put some red wine vinegar, I'm going to put some paprika, I'm going to put some cumin, and I'm going to put some chili powder. Oh, and I'm going to put some garlic as well, because me and garlic, we're basically married at this point. And I would also like to introduce another feature at this point. As you can probably see right now, in the bottom left-hand side of your screen, there appears to be a black hole of Calcutta. Because I don't know, that's a saying that I've heard used before. I actually have absolutely no idea what it means, but it made sense for the scenario. Mr. Leaded Rapier has dropped a donation. Wes, thank you mate, very much appreciate the support with the stream. And Garwin as well with a donation, thanks very much. Wes says, time to get the ball rolling. Love your COTF and glad to donate to help with the cost. Wes, you are a fucking legend, but everybody already knew that, so, you know. Don't want to give you too much of a big head there, mate. And Garwin says, please put your meat back in. Well, I'm sorry, Garwin, it's just part of the dish. But anyway, getting back to that blackness of nothing in the bottom of the screen. Now, magician powers, watch this. There we go. Now you can see my meat up close. So, I am now able to demonstrate everything that I am doing in close proximity. So, yay for technology. Alright, So, I'm going to add a little bit of olive oil to this, just a, you know, a chef zhuzh. So just that'll do. And then I'm going to struggle a lot to put the lid back on. Then to that, I'm going to add another chef zhuzh of some red wine vinegar. This will help with flavour and this will help to tenderize, because I don't know if you've ever put vinegar on a cut before, but you sort of get the, you know, yeah. So we'll give it a good dribble in there, just let it dribble. Alright, now to that, where the hell did I put my spoons? There. Right, we're going to add enough garlic to remove all the vampire population from this earth, including in the Sims. So if you're going to your Sims game now, you'll no longer see any vampires. Dirty dishes. Oh, fuck it, I'll just put it in my hand washing water. Garlic never hurt anybody, right? Alright, and to that, I'm going to be doing this by eye, as usual, when the cookbook does become a thing, and there'll be more details about that at a later point in the stream. Obviously, all the measurements and stuff will be available, but you can probably also use a bit of common sense just by how long I'm sort of shaking it about all over the top of my meat. So I've got the cumin here. I'm going to, you know, let's say it's about 1.5 teaspoons, something like that. Just, you know, to make things a little bit easier for the rest of you. And then the same with the paprika. Basically, you just want to do it from a height so that you get a good coverage across the meat, but not like all over the place either, if you know what I mean. You don't want to put a shit ton to make that happen. So you just want to be very delicate in the way you move your wrist over the meat. Then a bit of pepper, get it in there. Then we're going to go in with the salt. I'm just going to go for a good chef's pinch. So a good chef's pinch would be probably 2 or 3 pinches by your standards. Obviously, if you're not 100% knowledgeable about what your salt, taste, tolerance, etc. is, put a little bit, let it infuse into the meat through the marination process, cook your meat, rest your meat, slice your meat, taste. If it isn't where you want it to be, a little bit more salt at the end on some cooked meat, never hurt anybody. So you can always go about it in that way as well, with any of the seasoning really. Yeah. And then to that, I'm going to add enough chili to basically make, what's his name? Sean Evans quiver in his pants with his hot ones. Then, so, as you guys can now see, there is much marination on that thing. Now, I'm going to grab a glove and I'm going to rub my meat. So if you'll excuse me, I just need to go grab a glove. Like my other outback, of course. Always forget one thing. Every stream I always forget one thing. Alright. Yep, exactly. No glove, no love. Ready for your inspection today? And then we're just going to massage all of that goodness into our rump. And obviously the smells and flavours have started to waft to the house because a certain doggo has arrived and she's looking at me. She's like, dinner? Is dinner ready? Alright, so I will now remove my glove that looks like it's been in some interesting places. And that is the result that you are looking for right there. And to start, hey, let's try something. Ready? Come back here. Come back. Come back here. High five. Yeah. Just a bit of a sideshow going on there. So now I'm just going to pop that meat off to the side over here, and we're going to allow that to marinate for a little bit of time whilst we do some other things. So now, even though I actually didn't let anything touch this chopping board, because it is my meat chopping board, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just put that off to the side as well. And we're going to grab another chopping board for this next part of the process, which is potatoes. So, see that? Grab my potatoes. So I've got Desiree's, and we're going to be putting that into this big pot. So when doing potatoes, if you're going to boil them, the best way usually is an empty pot. Chop your spuds up, stick them in, bit of seasoning, then get the cold water in, and then bring them up on the stovetop from cold. Less mushiness and all that sort of stuff, usually, depending on the potato you use as well. So, I'm not going to peel these because they are Desiree's, and Desiree's skin is freaking brilliant. And then all I'm going to do is, I'll show you now with the movable camera, but as you can see, I'm doing sort of like chips, but then I'm cutting them in half. And simply the reason for that is so that I get a nice, even cook that doesn't take too long to occur. Yeah. Trust me, there's always a method to my madness, or there's a madness to my method. I can't remember which one it is. It's one of those. And then basically what you're going to do is, depending on how many people you are feeding, it does say to use... How many kilos of potatoes does it say to use? It says to use... Hang on, maybe I should check my notes. It says to use 8 medium-sized potatoes. So, that's exactly what we're going to do. These are what I would consider to be a medium-sized potato. I'll give you a... There's my hand, there's the potato. As you can see, pretty acceptable as a medium-sized. I do have big hands. And then we're just going to do the same thing, sort of thick-ish fries that are then halved. And this also means that when we do load up the potatoes with the meat and the veggies and all that are involved, that you're going to get a better coverage as well, because you're going to be able to sort of mix it together better than if you've got long, thin... Potato, did you want to stay on my board? Yes. And the benefit to this movable camera is that, so because that we're going to have quite a lot of things cooking this evening in pans, in oven, etc. As he just waves a knife around there, you're going to be coming with me with that camera. Now that camera doesn't have any audio. I could turn it on, but you can't then turn it off because I'm using an IP thingamajiggy to make that occur. So I'm just going to have to go off with my hand gestures. So I'm going to get really good at demonstrating sign language, I guess, for those portions. But honestly, all you're going to be doing is you're going to be coming into the inside kitchen with me, watching me put water in a pot, watching me train the oven to toast nuts, to cook the cookies, stuff like that. Really basic stuff that probably doesn't need any actual commentary behind it. So this would be potato number 4. And then I'll give you a look into the pot once I have finished slicing these potatoes up. Whoop. In the pot, Bryce. We go in the pot, not next to the pot. Okay, that doesn't really classify as a medium potato. We may, if we find that they're not all medium potatoes in this bag, we may have to increase the number of potatoes that we are using. So the potatoes we will cook out here simply because it's the first thing that's going on, and then we can move it at a later point if we decide we want to put the eggs out here on the electronic stovetop or stuff like that. Potato number 6. Potato number 7. Well, no, it is okay. Just the outside of that potato didn't look spectacular, but no, we're all good. So this is a lot of potatoes. So what I'm cooking right now would easily feed 4 people. And part of the reason that I'm doing that is that the gents at work have been extremely accommodating of my return to the workforce. So I figured as many leftovers as I possibly can to them tomorrow is going to be a thing. So why not go all out? So our last 2 potatoes are quite small. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use them both. They've got some interesting bits on them, so I'm just going to knock those bits off, because probably not going to be the most pleasant eating process if I don't do that. Right. Bang, bang. Alright, so now as you can see we have a pot full of potatoes. So to that I'm going to add some salt, and then you're going to come for a walk with me inside, and we're going to top that up with water, and we're going to come back out, we're going to pop it on the stove behind us. So salt is there. plenty of salt because we're going to be draining that, then we're going to be frying them once they've had some time to set on paper towel in the fridge and come to temperature, allow the starch to come out. So you really want to get that flavour into the potatoes now, because once we come out of the fryer, we may not actually need to season them because the flavour may have intensified and penetrated the potatoes enough to allow that, which of course means less salt in your diet, which means a healthier diet. Despite the fact that you are obviously deep frying these things, I will obviously go out of my way where I possibly can to make these things better. Garwin says, I know you are getting old when you can tell what day of the week it is by what pill pack you are taking. Look, as long as it's not the blue one, it is. Alright. So, come with me, let's go on an adventure. Turns out that when you've added water to potatoes, you need 2 hands to carry the pot back because it weighs a lot more. Oh, that's hurting my finger. Alright, so we're going to get some serious power into that thing to try and get that water to come up in temperature at a relatively decent speed. Alright, so that's on and the meat is marinating. Our next job involves the barbecue, which has been slowly heating in the background. What I'm going to do now is I'm just going to quickly wander over, crank that heat up a little bit more, and what we're going to do is we're going to char some onion, we're going to char some tomato, we're going to char some capsicum, and then if they're not at the right consistency, we'll put them in a bit of foil and we'll stick them back in the barbecue at a low temperature for a small period of time and sort of allow them to steam in their own juices. Brett is here. G'day Brett, mate. Welcome to the stream. Hope you are doing fantastically, and so is Mr. Tony Barrow. Welcome to the stream. Hope you are doing awesome. Wes says you're a little bit hypo tonight. You betcha, Wes. I am loving this. Can't get enough of it. So, hopefully more. Yeah, and I've had sleep. I've had some good sleep. So, I've got energy. All right. Let's sort out that barbecue. Rightio, that is on. So, now, I'm going to want to take, I've got myself 2 capsicums, or peppers, or whatever you want to refer to them, depending on what part of the world you're from. And I've got 3 tomatoes. I think that's right. No, 2 tomatoes. Right. So, I'm going to do the 2 large peppers, capsicums. I'm going to do the 2 tomatoes, and we're going to go directly onto the barbecue with these items. Like so. Then, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab some onions. Now, These we will have to foil on the barbecue once we've charred them to what we want. So I've got 2 brown onions. All I'm going to do is top, tail, and skin them. And then I'm going to chuck, and I'm going to halve it. I'm going to chuck them on the barbie as well. Smell the onion. Luckily, because we're not doing too much raw chopping of the onion, there's not going to be a episode of Grey's Anatomy on stream with all the tears. Let's peel that. Beautiful, that one was nice and easy. Sorry, doggo, you can't have onion. I don't really feel like a trip to the vets this evening. Then we're going to pop those on as well. I know I didn't film that bit. The hands are a bit full. You'll get a few in a sec. Pop that on. And then, last but not least, we have 8 red long chilies. And I'm going to chuck 8 of those on the barbecue as well. This is not a necessary part. This is part of the roasted peanut coriander sauce. I like a bit of smoke, so I'm smoking my chilies. Alright, and then put the other 2 back. Yeah. As you can see, we've got a barbecue of brewing veg. So basically, what we're going to do is we're going to have that off in the background, and it is going to be charring away. As that chars, so once these things are charred to the level that we like, the capsicums we're going to stick in the bowl, we're going to cling film, and we're going to allow them to steam. Same with the tomatoes. And that's going to just sort of finish the cooking process of those. As I said, with the onions, we are going to foil them and put them back on. I'm thinking that the chilies are probably going to need the same thing as the capsicum. Just depends how much heat we're able to transfer into them before they become too dark. So, whilst that's occurring, I'm going to grab an oven tray. Now, onto that oven tray, I'm going to put some baking paper. One of those oven trays, we're going to put our peanuts. The other one, we're going to put the macadamia nuts. Now, we don't have to toast the macadamia nuts for the Cocadas cookies. I'm going to, because it gives a really nice flavour. And fuck me, macadamias are expensive, so I'm going to get the best damn flavour I can out of them for my money. Just to give you an example, this packet of macadamias is 120 grams. And that cost me $6 for that. Welcome to Australia. Okay, oven tray, bit of baking paper. Don't have to be too concerned about it covering the whole thing because we've only got 120 grams of macadamias going on this tray and probably not actually going to take that much to... that's going well. Like so. And then I'm going to get another oven tray, and this is for the peanuts for our chili coriander peanut sauce. Baking paper on like so. Now, we're not going to need all the peanuts that I've purchased, but I'm going to toast them anyway, because who doesn't like some toasted peanuts in the pantry? And like maybe a bit of peanut butter with them if I need to, kind of thing. They're very useful. Throw them in noodles, all that sort of. So I've just got some blanched peanuts. I'm just going to toast them all. Like a so. Make sure they're just nice and flat so that we don't get any irregularities on the toasting. And then you're going to come with me again and we're going to do some walking. But this time, because I've only got two hands, believe it or not, I'll give you up, turn it the right way around first. So there's our macadamia nuts. There's the peanuts. So we're going to grab these and we're going to make ourselves some space to walk. But first we're going to turn our char grilling veg a little over there and come back to the bushfire. I don't really want to come back to that. So, as you can see, we're getting some really nice colour. Whoa! Pop goes the weasel. Okay. Whilst that's occurring, we're going to just fold that. I'm going to fold that out of the way. Take that out. Never mind, I'm going to fold that out of the way as I walk past. Bloody hell. We're going to grab the macadamia nuts. Before I come back, I'm just going to say we have to keep an eye on these. So, I'm going to be checking up on those every couple of minutes or so, and just obviously tossing my nuts a bit, making sure that they're nice colour all over. Bruton says, macadamia nuts are only cheap in Hawaii. Yeah, fair enough. Josh says, good morning, Chef. Good morning, Josh. Welcome to the stream, mate. Hope you are doing well. Sean Dale is throwing a spanner in the works, and he says, what if you find a friend, or what if you're entertaining a friend who's allergic to nuts? Find a new friend. No. Just don't use the nuts that they're allergic to. These are, so the peanut sauce, don't make the peanut sauce. Make a chili coriander sauce. Use a nut, if they're allergic to peanuts, peanuts are not actually a nut. There's a thing for all of you to dwell on. If they are allergic to all nuts, as I said, a chili coriander sauce would probably suffice. With the Cocadas, the cookies which have the macadamias in them, don't make them. Make another cookie. Or just make it a coconut cookie. Camo says, good evening. Sorry I'm late. You know what, Camo? That's fine, actually. Looks all good. Welcome to the stream, mate. Hope you are doing well. I'm just over here at the barbecue doing a quick turn. I figured I don't need to show you guys with the portable camera every time I'm doing this. You know what turning things on a barbecue is, and I'll show you the end result obviously. So our chilies, as I suspected, are already starting to cook through, which is what we want. We want to get them, once they are, we want to get them in a bowl, we want to clean wrap them, we want them to allow finishing with the steaming. Now, I'm going to quickly just run and check on those nuts, and then when I come back, we're going to start putting the ingredients into the blender for the peanut sauce. Obviously, not peanuts, because, well, they're in the oven. So I will be back in 10 seconds, 20 seconds, but I don't know. It'll be some sort of seconds. Alright. Grab the blender. Should I run it? Yeah, no, I'll run it back here because otherwise it'll be like listening to death on the microphone. So I'd rather not do that at all. Actually, that's running the fryer, so that'll probably cause the power to trip. Okay, I'm doing it next to the microphone. I might just turn this microphone right here off whilst I do it because, well, I want to preserve everyone's hearing if possible. In that goes, like so. That's running the stovetop. This is potentially an issue. Like, that stovetop is 2,400 watts and power supply only does 2,400 watts. So, might just have to wait for the veggies and stuff to get a little bit further. That might just need to wait until the potatoes have started to come up to where we want them, possibly. Okay, that's cool, not a problem. As I said, I can focus on getting those veggies continuing to char into the bowls to finish steaming, getting the things that need to be in foil onto the barbecue in foil. So, Sean says, I like how you offer different ways over, round, or under a problem, chef. Sean, if you've ever got a problem, sometimes getting under them is not a bad idea. Drew says, good morning, thank God I'm here. Sure. Wes says, run and check on those nuts. Yeah, that didn't sound dirty. 10 seconds to check your nuts. Man must blow quick. Well, you've heard of the song Man's Not Hot. This is Man Blows Quick. Are my nuts okay? Yes. Cool. I am still here. I'm just turning things. BBQ. Right, so I reckon our chilies, I can now get those into a bowl to start steaming off on the side. Once I do get those into a bowl, again, I'm going to quickly run and check them. Obviously, if they are ready, I'll come back, I'll grab the third camera and I'll bring you guys inside to show you. Right, so those chilies are off the barbecue. So we're going to do a nice, tight, cling film wrap to not allow any heat to escape. And we're going to put those off to the side to steam in their own heat. Then I'm going to grab the foil because the next part of this is probably going to be foiling the onions, the tomatoes, and to some degree the capsicums as well. Alright, so I'm just got to be careful with the onions because obviously I don't want anything to drop with them. Obviously with the doggo here, I don't want her to potentially get her hands on some onions. So just give me 2 seconds. I am going to be a little bit slower here and a little bit more gentle and a little bit more delicate just as I get them into the foil. Also, I need your legendary opinions on, in relation to the demonstration that I do of what's going to be occurring in the COTF for the evening at the start of the stream with my pre-recorded. Do you guys prefer the traditional where I just run through everything that we're going to be doing in basic, or do you prefer where I streamline the dishes even more to the point where it can be used as a midweek meal option with really simple ingredients, and then I can sort of take it that next step in the cooking on the fly? You guys obviously just let me know what you're thinking there and I can come to the table. I just figured I'd try that, try something different, show you that there's another option with those things, etc. Yeah. Anyway, I'm just going to tightly wrap these onions, make sure they are wrapped at both ends. I'm now going to lower the temperature on that barbecue. I'm going to start placing the veggies around the edge in the colder parts to steam in the foil. No, I don't want you to update right now. I'm really busy, laptop. Thank you. Option B, no worries. Looks like I made a decent decision. One tomato and a second tomato. Wrap that up. Icarus says he'll have a well-done tube steak. No. Alright, we'll get these capsicums off and then I need to go and check my house because potentially we're going to have an explosion. God, Doggo, could you be any more in the way right now? I don't think you could be. Okay, didn't put enough foil for 2 capsicums, so it's 1 capsicum per foil. Not a problem. Thinking on the fly and cooking on the fly. Alright, so get those on the barbecue. temperature down. I'm going to close the lid to allow it to get thin. So, then I'm going to go check your nuts. Alright, so my nuts are ready. So what we're going to do is I'm going to grab the removable camera and you're going to come for a walk.
You know what I like to do to her? Something I call a dirty fuzzy.
Alright, so as you can see, those nuts are beautifully toasted. Right. So I'm going to leave those inside on the cooling rack.
Hey,
Down a bit before we go
how you doing?
to our chili coriander peanut sauce. Obviously the chilies are still doing their thing, the veggies are doing their thing over there. Now, whilst that's cooling and the veggies are doing their thing and the potatoes are coming up to temperature and that's marinating and steaming in its own juices and all that thing's occurring in the background, I'm going to throw another task in there because chefing and multitasking. And what we're going to do is we're going to make up the base for the cookies in a bowl. We're going to put that off to the side as well, so that once we free up the trays from the nuts, we can put our cookies in. So I want to grab a relatively decent sized bowl, because we're going to make a decent amount of mix here, probably enough in excess of 30 cookies. Whether or not I'm actually able to get all of this cooked this evening on the number of oven trays I have access to, I'm not sure. I'll be honest with you tonight, because Thanksgiving is not a thing in Australia, I am no turkey expert in any way, shape or form. I know that doesn't help you or answer your question in any way, shape or form, but I'm just being honest. Alright, so I just need to, because this recipe I had to play a lot with, I'm just going to be reading directly off my notes for each measurement, just because we had some issues with it when I was testing it behind the scenes. Now, I tested it without the macadamias, as we detailed before. The macadamias are ridiculously expensive, so that was my only real option. So, I want to be putting 4 cups of shredded coconut into this bowl. The way I'm using this knife right now, do not ever copy what I just did. The risk of taking my finger off then was probably a 9.5 out of 10. But sometimes you just got to risk it for the biscuit. Alright, so 4 cups, or until we run out of coconut. Two. 3. 4. Okay, so that is 1 bag of coconuts into the bowl, and then to that I want to be adding sweetened condensed milk, which is there. So we have 400 grams of sweetened condensed milk. We don't want to add all of it. We want to add about 3/4, just over 3/4 worth. So I would say about 320 grams of condensed milk. Now, to make sure that I do manage to achieve somewhere around that number, I am obviously going to place this bowl onto a scale. When licking the lid of sweetened condensed milk, be careful not to lick the rim. Results in a cut tongue. Not that I just did that. I want to make that very clear. I did not just cut my tongue. It's just a warning. Where did I put the scales? There is where I put the scales. Cool. Alright, so. About 300 to 320 grams of sweetened condensed milk. So, as you can probably tell by those sorts of numbers, this is very much a health food dish. Oh god, Fozzie's uploading stuff in the not safe for work part of the Discord. I understand. Either my scales are out or the measurement on this cup is not correct. God, that's sweet. Really nice, but fuck, that's sweet. Okay, so to that, I want to add vanilla. So I'm going to grab a vanilla bean, split it, and I'm going to put it in. But because, so that's what the recipe calls for. However, during my practicing, 2 vanilla beans. That's probably my taste buds. I really like vanilla. Please, when you guys are doing it, if you are doing it, make sure that you don't go OTT on the vanilla. Never mind, it's in the open my eyes section. One bean. And a second bean. Right, so now that that's all in, sous vide bark in a giant garbage bag. Not sure I can recommend that. Alright, so, and then to that, I need to be adding 1 egg. And once I've added that 1 egg, I'm going to check on the veggies. I'm going to go grab the macadamias from inside. We're going to chop them up so that they can be added to this. The potatoes are coming up slowly, which is exactly what we want. Perfect. Is this microphone over here working? That's a test I can do right now. Let's see. Can you guys still hear me? And can you hear what's going on over here with the electronic stovetop? No worries, that's fine. It's obviously, it's something to do with the cabling. Maybe the cabling is too long. I don't know. I will try a different USB port and different cables for that microphone at the next stream. But amazingly, I'm glad I just managed to get it to pick up that, pick up some sound this time around, because I couldn't even get it to do that in the previous stream, is what I'm trying to say. The words won't come out of my mouth. You took the words right out of my mouth. Oh, it must have been while you were doing adult things. Jesus, that was surprising. Alright, so I'm going to go grab me nuts, the macadamia nuts. I'm going to take you with me for a journey. Repeat to be in my way. Not care. No, lay down instead, right in front. Thank you. You're so kind. Alright, so, got me nuts, now time to check on the veg. Everything with that is progressing exactly how we wanted to. They are not far off from being done. Yeah, so Tanana, I believe it may actually be the secondary microphone that is some sort of echo. I can't actually turn it off, but I at least made it work this time. So I know that could be quite annoying to hear in the background occasionally. I do apologise for that. Drew, I saw your comment about the macadamia nuts. I'm not even going to give you the satisfaction of reading that one out. So now, just going to chop me nuts up, bit by bit. And then once it's a rough chop, they're going straight into our cookie mix, and then literally all we have to do at that point is just mix it all together until it is combined. Just being gentle with the chopping here, because again, the cost of macadamia nuts, I don't really feel like throwing them all over the floor if I can avoid it. Go, last little bit, chop them up. Thanks for standing on my foot, Star, that was really appreciative. It's not like you know, 15 kilos of dog, just stand all over my feet, thank you. I swear sometimes she thinks she's weightless with the things she does. Black Evo is learning a lot about nut maintenance. I'm glad I'm able to help you with stuff like that, Mr. Evo. So, now, just literally going to bring it all together. Bring it back. Sing it back.
Oh my god, leave it! Leave it! Leave it! Just fucking leave it!
And now, I'll give you guys, whoop, there we go, don't get too dizzy. So as you can see, it's just a conglomeration of coconut and macadamia and all together with the egg and the vanilla and the condensed milk. So now I'm going to do the obligatory taste test just to make sure that it's good. Yes, I'm aware it's good, but I just want to, I'm not going to bullshit you, I just want to eat some of it, okay? Up there. That tastes like it should. And the toasted macadamias, which is an addition I added at a very, very last minute thing when I was testing. God, it takes it to a whole new level. Really delicious. Alright. So now, we're just going to let that sit off to the side. And now we should be able to remove the veggies. I'm going to stick them all in this bowl so that I can get away with just one bowl cling wrapped to allow them to steam. So I'm going to pull them out of their foil when I do this. It doesn't matter that they're all going to be together because they're going to be all together in the end dish as well. Taste raw egg, raw, yeah. One little mouthful of something that's that big, that's got one raw egg in it. And my eggs, I buy eggs a couple times a week. So, and direct from the farm, so they're definitely fresh, there's no issues with them. I'm not gonna, you know, okay, there's a small amount of risk there, but it's just me. And when I say it's just me, I don't mean that in a term of I should go fuck myself. I'm just sort of saying I'm the only one tasting that mix before it's getting cooked. If it fucks anyone, it's gonna be me. Nobody else is going to be affected by that.
Fuck
so
me! Shit!
You know, not the end of the world sort of scenario. Alright. So, coming over now with the capsicums. juicy boy. Hot liquid. So I'm doing this on the oven tray that I just pulled the macadamia nuts off to avoid melting the table, because I figured that's probably something quite important. Yeah, so those tomatoes are really soft and they've started to split, which is an absolutely perfect position for them to be. Now, originally when I tested this peanut, coriander, spicy, tomatoey, satay style sauce that's going on the top, I originally removed the seeds and stuff from the inside. It created too much of a thick sauce. So instead, I'm going to throw the whole tomatoes in. We're going to use a little bit less olive oil. And it creates a much nicer consistency of what we're looking for. I might just leave those onions in the foil and then wrap it all up, just simply because they are extremely soft and they're going to fall apart if I try and pull them out. Like so, and like so. Alright, so we'll allow all of that to steam in its wonderful heat and juices for a small period of time as well, off to the side. Now, the next thing I want to do is I want to grill the meat for the Anticucho. So, we take our meat that we had before that's now beautifully marinated, and as you can see, I'll give you another close-up of it if I get the phone around the right way. As you can see, it's starting to leach a bit of moisture, and you can see that the herbs and spices and the seasonings that we've used have sort of started to create the moisture in those. Sorry, they've become moist. I was trying to word it in a way that wouldn't be taken badly, but the best way to say it is they've become moist. So, yeah. I will be deseeding the capsicum, yes, Black Evo. Part of the reason why I want it to steam so that I can just literally down, remove, slice. Alright, so whilst that occurs, we're going to now go over to the barbecue. I'm going to crank the temperature back up. I'm going to put the meat on, so and now I'm going to wash the tongs because Doggo just jumped up and licked the tongs. So as you can see, that meat is coming along We will give it a nice high heat char on all sides. And then depending on how it's at in the cooking process, we might need to drop the temperature and close the lid and give it sort of a oven style, cook, bake, whatever. I don't know. The English language escapes me this evening. Who am I kidding this evening? The English language escapes me, period. Alright, so now we're sort of at a point where we're waiting on the meat, we're waiting on the veggies to steam, we're waiting on the potatoes to come up before we can really progress any further with any of these things that we currently have on the go. So, I'm now going to have a look at these potatoes. Alright, so the potatoes are soft. So, we're going to turn this thing off. You're going to come for a journey in my pocket, so the screen is going to go black. And then once I've drained the potatoes, I will then show you guys what they look like. We'll get them onto plates with paper towel into the fridge to cool down and to drain and to all those things. How far to the 18,000 foot MSA? So, like Evo, once I've done the potatoes and stuff like that, I'll check that. Don't even think that this broken that, whatever it is. Out of there. Hot water, bad idea. I've left the camera inside because I realised I brought all my plates out here for the purpose of straining and draining and drying. So, yeah. See you guys back inside the portable camera. Maybe I'll bring my brain back with me as well. fridge. Now you don't need to do that part. Even in the traditional recipe, you don't need to do that part. That is just the best way to get the crispiest potatoes on the outside and the fluffiest potatoes on the inside when we do then cook them in the hot oil later on. I guess it's known as price cooked. So we've cooked them in the water, now we're going to cool them. Then we're going to bring them here, we're going to blanch them in the oil, and then we're going to stop cooking them for a couple of minutes and let them drain. And then we're going to go for our last cook to crisp them on the outside. Alright, so now I'm going to have a sip of water. And then we're going to flip the steak. And then I'm obviously going to let that rest. Once we get that to the point of resting, then I'm going to do the veggies. So, the veggies are going to be a case of, obviously with the capsicum we need to de-seed, we need to slice it up. The onion, we need to slice it up. Chilies are going to go directly, going to take the tops off them, they're going to go directly into our spicy peanut sauce, and some of them are going to go into our veggie fry-off as well. Yeah, the surface area is definitely roughed up. I think it was just because I had the barbecue for so long at such a low temperature, because I knew I was going to be doing the veggies first. It's taking a bit of time to come up and get those char marks. But now I have this continuous shh in the background that you guys might actually be able to hear. Which sort of says that this is very much cooking now, like this is getting colour on it. Oh, and you're talking about the potatoes as well. Yeah, I made sure that so what you guys didn't see is I gave them a stir in the green colander before I poured them onto the plate. So they've got like this really rough, fluffy exterior, which means that obviously when we throw them in the fryer, now I may even just sort of, you know, just give them a bit of to just try and rough them up a little bit more. So Tanana, you can literally take them to the point where they're falling apart, as long as you leave them in the fridge to then cut it on paper towel to allow the starch to dissipate and any excess liquid to drain. And then whether you fry them, whether you roast them, etc., as the boys are saying, just make sure the exterior is rough. Make sure they're well seasoned, but don't be scared to use rosemary and thyme and garlic and oil and all that sort of stuff. Because as they said, surface area is key when it comes to potatoes. Yeah. And then behind me I'm going to set up the fry pan for us to then fry off those veggies, because we're going to want to get them frying, because then we're going to add the meat to that to bring it all together, so that we bring the smokiness and the char of the veggies together with the amazing smokiness and the chariness of the meat, and bring all the flavours together. Inside I'm going to put a pot on the stove top, and that's going to have water and salt and vinegar in it. Yeah, exactly, Black Evo. Fuck it, use duck fat anyway. You can, duck fat, goose fat, that sort of stuff. Potatoes, hand in hand. Marriage, you know, you may as well play Here Comes the Bride as you're cooking. It is a match made in heaven. If you're wondering why I'm coughing so much, it's because quite a lot of intense smells are currently going on in this room. There's chili, there's onion, there's tomatoes, there's coconut, there's macadamias, there's roasted peanuts in the air. There's the smell of all the spices, char grilling, and it's quite a small room and my lungs are just like, yeah, this oxygen is contaminated with various things. So, for cooking today, Drew, exclamation mark COTF in the chat, but I'll also give a bit more of a details on what we are doing. So, we are doing Anticuchos marinated meat. So that is a specific type of marinating of meat in Bolivia. Usually cow's heart, ox heart, or skirt steak, flank steak style thing, put on a skewer. So I've taken the inspiration from that and the flavors from that and the char grilling side of that, and I'm putting it on pique nicho, which is a Bolivian loaded potatoes or chips, or something that you would refer to as potatoes, which I guess chips qualifies. I have no idea why I'm a whim more way whilst I'm saying that, but I am. And then that is going to be served with a spicy peanut and coriander sauce and boiled eggs. Now I'm going to go for sort of a soft boil, semi-soft boil. Originally they would do a hard boil. I just like a semi-soft center. Then we're doing those cookies, which is the Cocadas, and that is the roasted macadamia and coconut cookies. And then we're doing a Chuflay, which is a Bolivian cocktail. Alright, so we're going to get this meat now onto a plate to rest. Go. So that's now resting off to the side there. I'm going to turn that barbecue off now because we don't need it for anything else. Alright, so whilst we don't have the stovetop on behind us, because obviously that would create an issue with various appliances that are running, you need to get down. You need to stay down, okay? No who's jumping up and trying to steal food off the table. That's not happening. So I'm now going to make our spicy peanut coriander sauce. I can just let me open my eyes section. Now we're going to go grab those peanuts that I roasted. I'm going to bring them in. We're going to pop them in, put a little bit of olive oil, and then I'll run you through the rest of the ingredients that are going in. Alright, so I'm going to load up my blender with my nuts. And then once we've made this sauce, I'm going to line all of my oven trays with fresh baking paper and we're going to do the cookies. I'm going to get those into the oven because they take about half an hour or so to become actual cookies. I know I'm not currently looking at the camera. I'm concentrating to make sure that I do not spray my nuts all over the place. And, there's peanuts. She likes peanut butter. Probably won't even know the damn difference. Alright, so a little bit of olive oil is going to go in that. And I'm going to add a little bit of salt. Now we may need to adjust the amount of olive oil as we go. I also quite like pepper in my peanuts. So I'm going to put some pepper in. You don't have to do that. Then to that, I'm going to take this thing of coriander. I'm going to cut it off near the stalks. Now I'm going to keep the stalks for a future thing that I might make, because they have a great intense flavour that you can add to things, assuming you like coriander. I know that coriander tasting like soap is a genetic thing that occurs. If it is, leave the coriander out of this. And then into that, we are going to grab the chilies. And I'm going to top and tail. I'm going to throw them in a hole with the seeds. If you don't like spicy, please remove the seeds. Yeah, she gets snacks. Absolutely she does. As I said, I just threw her some peanuts. I think part of her problem is she gets too many snacks, so she just expects that whenever I'm cooking that she's going to get fed. Oops. So I'm going to add 3 or so chilies that we grilled off to this, and then I'm going to add the last 2 fresh chilies that we didn't grill, and I'm going to put those in as well for a real spice fucking up ya. Hey, Drew with the donation. Thank you very much, Drew. Much appreciated, mate. Much appreciated. He says, I'd like to have your nuts right now. That's disturbing, but not completely unexpected either. Form a nice orderly line for my nuts. If you are at all interested in the consumption. Alright, so I'm going to put the coriander stalks back into the bag. So that they stay fresh for the next 48 hours until I get the opportunity to do something with them, because I have a few leftover meals on the go. Now the rest of those chilies are going to go in with our veggie stir fry thing that we're going to be doing for actually soon. So I'm just going to leave those back off to the side. Now, at this point, it's just going to sort of be a game of blitz and test and season and test and check consistency and add extra oil, etc, etc, etc. I'm going to turn the microphone off to this because this is literally next to the microphone and I don't want you guys to be deaf. apologise for the fact that I was silent there. I just am trying to look out for your guys' hearing and the fact that this is literally next to the microphone. But that's good to know that it's not super loud, and it means next time that I can just...
Oh my God, leave it, leave it, leave it! Just fucking leave it!
Obligatory taste test. I mean, it looks like a seasoned peanut butter. Excuse me for a second. Fuck me! That's so good. Think of it as a satay sauce, but it's also got chili and coriander freshness. It is so fucking good. Holy shit. A little bit spicy, maybe a bit too spicy for some, so if you are susceptible to chili, please back off the amount of chili that's used. Maybe just use the ones that we grilled. But, oh, that is so good. That's better than when I test made it by a long way. So that teaches you why test making these things is important. That's exactly right, Drew. That is the best way of putting it. Peanutty, spicy, velvety, fresh. You get absolutely smacked with coriander freshness at the end. Orgasm. Couldn't have thought of a better way to put it, honestly. Holy hell, that bottle of oil's got more oil on the outside than it does on the actual inside of the bottle. Alright, so oven trays. New baking paper. And then, yeah, so with our cookie mixture, I can't remember when I did the conversion. Can somebody do me 325 degrees Fahrenheit in Celsius again? When I was writing my notes, I forgot to take note of what 325 Fahrenheit was in Celsius. Anyway, that's what we need to cook them at. So, take your usual everyday eating spoon that you would have in your house, one of those, and then sort of form it into a ball, push it down a bit on the tray. This is going to get messy, it's going to get sticky, but it's going to be tasty. Go and hit something? I'm assuming you mean in the sim, Garwin? Either that or when Garwin was out, somebody pissed him off. And it's just clocked him in the chin. Just like, you know what? Fuck you. This is such a sticky mess. Such a sticky mess. A delicious sticky mess, but it's still a sticky mess. Now, the good news is that we can place these relatively close together because they are flourless and they don't have any baking powder or anything like that. They're not going to grow an exponential amount. Whoops. Just sending bits of cookie all over the place. Thank you very much, Tanana. Luckily I set my oven at 160, hey. It's almost like I knew what I was doing. Okay, I'm going to need to rinse my hand off a bit, otherwise it already looks like I spent a bit too much time on the oven. Yum. Better use a new spoon than that. Especially since I plan on giving these cookies to other people. Okay. One tray, done. Grab another tray. Put baking paper on that. Do the rest of them. Now I'm making mine a little bit bigger because one thing I found when I tested these was they were absolutely delicious, not quite as delicious as these ones. They just weren't big enough to, you'd have to eat 2 or 3 to sort of be like, ooh, these are good. Whereas I'm this way, you can enjoy one. Who am I kidding? But I'll continue down that path. You can enjoy one, or you can still enjoy 15. Right, it appears that my camera may have, my portable camera may have just done something in the bottom there. I'll look into that as soon as my hands have stopped being macerated. Yeah, exactly. Ensures a relatively similar size throughout. Not perfect, and in a commercial kitchen you would use scales for this. You would determine a weight that looked good and all that, and you would weigh every single cookie as you were. And it also, this mix needs to go into your hands because it is, obviously there's no flour or anything like that. It is literally bound together using condensed milk and eggs. So you have to massage it together a little bit. Right, there we go. That is that. So, just going to figure out what's gone on with my camera there. In the bottom left. And then if I can figure out what's occurred there, we're going to wander inside. We're going to place these into the oven. I know what's occurred with my camera. My phone's dead. Ran out of battery. So, turns out that running a camera for a few hours on your phone drains the battery. Who would have thought? So, guess I'm going to have to do this one without you guys watching. Sorry about that. But you'll get to see the end product. Alright, so those are in the oven. I'm just going to get rid of this tea towel because it's got coconut and condensed milk and all sorts of interesting things on it. Right. So, behind me now, I'm going to get a pan onto that electric hot pot, and then inside I'm going to get a pot with vinegar and salt, and that's going to be for the boiled eggs. I'm going to allow that to come up to temperature. The pan behind me I'm going to slowly heat with rice bran oil. While that's heating up, we're going to obviously prep the rest of the veg to the point where it's ready to go into that. So that'll be the pot that I do the eggs inside, just so you can get a gauge of the size you might be needing to go for. Right, and now I'm going to go inside and I'm going to get the pot of water on for the eggs. I shall return. that's all sorted out inside, I'm now going to get a new chopping board down here. And then we are going to cut up all our veggies that are going to be going in to the meat and veggie topping for the loaded potatoes. Once I've chopped all this up, I'm going to check on the potatoes. I'll also check on our cookies. And then we should be in a position where I can put together the cocktail. And I'll also need to go and wash my hands properly after doing these veggies, because I'm playing with chili and chili seeds and capsicum seeds, and I don't want to play with my chili and then play with my willy because, well, yeah, don't need to go any further with that one. Ah, Mr. Evo is almost about time to come home, isn't it, sir? So, the onions and the veggies and all that are going to be harder than normal to chop because they're going to be soft, because they've literally been char grilled and then steamed over a char grill and then steamed in their own skin. So you really want a sharp knife for doing this, because otherwise your chances of slipping and cutting yourself is probably quite high, especially with the onions and the tomatoes. Onions are chopped, so onions can go into our bowl with our chilies. And then slice up the Tommies. You'll probably also notice that with the peanut chili sauce I made, when I made it in the video that I did for showing you guys what we'd be getting up to, I put a char grilled tomato. But when I did it this time, I put char grilled chili. Another option for you guys who may not be a big fan of chili is to follow the original option and put tomato in there. Right, so capsicum is de-seeded. Go down the middle. Now, originally I peeled the skin on this capsicum. I'm not peeling the skin because the skin has a beautiful charred flavour that is on it, and I don't want to necessarily lose that. de-seed it. Be careful when de-seeding your capsicums because obviously they are a closed object. The interior of them, depending on how long you've had them rest for, may still be quite sticky to the touch, as I'm discovering with all my little nicks and cuts that are on my hands from being a professional chef. All the lovely capsicum juices and heat and all that is now a part of those cuts. And it's a wonderful feeling. Very nice. It's not a wonderful feeling in case you weren't aware of that. By the way, I just looked at my fingers then. Stop, please. Okay? And please stop being a little shit. Alright, now on our plate with our meat, I'm going to now slice this up into strips, and if the strips are really long, I'm going to halve them. So the meat is still medium. Getting into the cuts as well, which is really wonderful. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this. I'm going to use the wooden spoon that we use for the peanut thing because all of these flavours are going to eventually become one thing. And we're going to cook off the veggies. In that fry pan behind me. And what that will enable us to do is it will enable us to check the seasoning, add seasoning if we need to, adjust anything else that we need to, get a little bit of caramelisation and colour, which obviously they're not going to get from charred grilling and steaming. Alright, so, whilst we allow that to occur, we'll be adding the meat to that once it's at the correct seasoning, texture, taste, flavour, consistency, etc. that we're looking for. Whilst I wait for that to occur, I'm going to grab a jug that is behind me and we're going to make our cocktail. And then, with any luck, the cookies should almost be ready because they take about 25 to 30 minutes. No worries, Black Evo mate. Safe flight. Look after yourself. Don't crash into anything if you can avoid it, especially Pacific Ocean. And see you later, mate. Thank you very much for coming along for as long as you could. Unfortunately, you're going to miss out on the cocktail, which is, you know. So, I have a jug. I have a pen. I have pineapple. Sorry, I probably just put that in everybody's head and now everybody wants to freaking stab me. Right, so into this jug I want to add... I'm going to need to do a conversion again. Jeez, I'm not very good at keeping track of the conversions. Right, so into this I want to put 200 mils of brandy. actual cocktail, the traditional cocktail, they use a thing called Singani, which is like a wine brandy. You can't get that in Australia on any sort of short notice. Would take a bit of time to get here. So a brandy is recommended if you can't get Singani. So 200 mils of St. Agnes, very superior brandy. Bang. Straight in. Then take out the scales. And to that, I want to add my 500 mils of ginger ale. So, yep, you're very right, Tanana. That's for two reasons. A, I don't usually like brandy. B, fuck me, that shit's expensive. There we go. 500 mils of ginger ale. And to that, I want to add 3 tablespoons of lemon juice. So, now, I'm just going to grab some ice to pop in this. Right, that's got some ice in it. Now I want to pop the lid on, and I want to gently shake it around. So, Gowan, is that your way of saying you're having Uber Eats? My water, a bug committed bugicide in my water. And then I'm going to go inside, I'm going to check on the cookies, I'm going to get myself a glass to put this cocktail in, and then we'll be able to finish the veggies, we'll be able to grab the potatoes out, stick them in the fryer, we'll be able to add the meat, we'll be able to put the egg into the water, we'll be able to bring all of these ingredients that seem to be everywhere into one. A spider crawling over that little camera. No. Looking directly at it, absolutely not. Come on. Mr. Camo, I do apologise. There is a microscopic spider on that camera. Alright, so, cheers. Tastes like ginger ale and brandy. Mind blowing. Right, let's get some temperature for this thing. So, to that, I'm going to add some salt and pepper to these veggies. And then, when I checked inside there before, the water is boiling for the eggs, and the cookies are ready, or almost ready. So, I'm now going to ginger ale, brandy, and some lemon juice. That's it. Good. Really refreshing. Right, so I'm going to go pull out the cookies. I'm going to go put some eggs in the water. I shall return. Come on. Eggs are in the water, cookies are out of the oven and cooling, potatoes are out of the fridge and here with me. Veggies are coming along nicely, be able to add the meat in a sec. Cocktail's really delicious. I need to do fuel transfer on my aircraft. also make sure that this is getting to the point now where we might need to check on the altitude for a second. Yes, so now we need to get our altitude to 18,000. Stop. Don't. You know better than that. Right, so we're now going to try the veggie mix here, make sure all the seasoning is where it's meant to be. Needs more salt. Drew is asking, how would I garnish the cocktail? Something citrusy, maybe some burnt orange, burnt lemon, like you take the skin and you set it alight quickly, kind of thing. Sorry, I just realised I didn't change my aircraft. Maybe slice some lemon quite thinly as a whole lemon, and then sugar on both sides, and just brulee the tops on both sides. Place it on the side of the glass. Right, so now I'm going to add the meat to the veggie thing. We're going to drop the temperature right back down. Okay, so that's all coming together. Now I'm going to drop the potatoes. So for the chips side of things. So I've only done 2 plates, and I'm going to be able to do only 2 plates at a time. And then I'm going to be putting that onto new paper towel on a plate once it's fully cooked to drain again. And then in a couple of minutes we're going to go inside, and I'm going to be putting the eggs out of the hot water into the ice bath that I have inside to stop the cooking process. Then I'll bring the eggs out here and I'll peel them, slice them, and I'll present the dish obviously here so that you guys can see all the different elements that are involved. Ginger beer versus ginger ale. So, ginger ale is much less sweet, but much less ginger flavour as well. Usually ginger beer is a lot sweeter, but a lot stronger ginger flavour too. So, personal preference. This has a lot of lemon flavour to it because there's not much else to sort of cut through as such in terms of ginger. The ginger is very faint. But brandy is not exactly known as the strongest flavoured alcohol either, so you probably would be able to get away with it with the ale and all that. I don't know how ginger beer would go with brandy. I don't know if it would overtake the flavour. My fryer is struggling with that much potato, I'll be honest, so that could take a bit of time. What I am going to do though is I'm going to get rid of this messed up chopping board. We have absolutely no chopping or any sort of preparatory stuff like that to do other than eggs, and I have a new chopping board for that. I'm literally just going to prepare this space for the purpose of plating. And I'm aware I am actually starting to run into a potential time constraints issue here. I know we're actually not that far off of the airport because I do have a little nav map running on one of the screens and I can see that we're not very far off. There's no mass producing ginger beer labelled soft drinks in the USA. Really? It's a very common thing here in Australia to have ginger beer soft drinks. So that's interesting. Drinking and flying, think of the children? No. Screw the children. You need water, doggo. I'll get you water. Come on. Go and take the eggs out of the water after that. Alright, so now we're very much getting to the pointy end of this. That's a good cocktail. Simple, not insane in every single flavour, but just really well balanced all the way across the board. It's sweet, it's a little bit sour, it's got the freshness of the ginger. Really nice, really, really nice. Deep fryer is not coping with that many potatoes. Oh, it smells fantastic in here, guys. It's no longer an overwhelming everything. It's all just like coming together nicely. No, you can't have a cocktail. Dreaming. Yeah, Drew, Bundy ginger beer is so good. So good. Down. I think you can have a potato then. Just a boiled potato. Those potatoes are still going to be a while. Oh yeah, Drew, you're not wrong. A dark and stormy is so good. Really, really good. Good, I'm good. It's all good. Nothing broke or went wrong. Fucking hell. It'd help if I didn't try to put my hand in my cocktail glass. That would be a really, really helpful beginning. Yeah, Vruden just cut me off. Yeah, I know. Like, I feel like Vruden isn't allowed to cut me off. Well, the good news there, Garwin, is that this is the third time I'm cooking them. So, I guess I'm doing the right thing then. For which one, Drew? Because I used 2 different types of oil today. Alright, now those first load of spuds are ready. Good news is the second load is much smaller. Careful, Star, it's going to be very hot. Very hot. So at this point, I'm going to just sprinkle a small amount of salt over those and just let them rest there for a couple of minutes whilst I get the other potatoes into the fryer. Whilst those cook, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to make the food. I'm going to go grab the cookies, pour some more cocktail in, make sure that nothing is accessible by doggo, come and sit down with you guys, land the... Did you just bark at me? How dare you? How dare you? I'm just trying to get my attention. Now you're vanished from the kitchen area. Come on. Back you go. No. Come here. Sit. Stay. No. Sit. Come here. Sit. 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 Stay. I was going to feed you some more snacks. No, I said don't move. Come here. Sit. 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 Come here. You're only nice for so long. Come here. Stay. You know you don't bark at me when you want something. We've been over this. Alright, so into your bowl, plate, whatever you're presenting the food on, you want to put some of your potatoes in there, like so. And then you want to take some of the veggie meat mix and you want to pour that or put that straight on top and load up the fries. So this is the loaded fries part.
Yeah, I'm fine.
And then, onto that, you want to take a good helping of our peanut sauce that we made. Pop that on. And then, last job that requires a chopping board. Take an egg. I'm going to peel it. Drew, I do all of my frying related tasks, whether it's pan frying, deep frying, etc., in rice bran oil, and anything that calls for a more exclusive, delicious oil, I tend to use olive, because it has, obviously, as you know, quite a phenomenal flavour. So just seasoning the inside of the eggs and then placing my eggs on top. I don't know if that's showing up very well on that camera, but as you can see, the colours are not amazing, but together it creates something quite phenomenal. So we're going to take a mouthful. That is delicioso. Going to move accessible food stuffs out of the way of Gogo so that she doesn't have an opportunity to steal a snack whilst I'm flying. That can just sit there and I can sort that out once I've landed. Pour myself some more cocktail. Put this. Here, star, get down. Don't. Just don't. What you're doing at once, I'm never going to catch you doing it again. Understand? I feed you a lot of treats. You don't get to dictate to me when you get treats and stuff, okay? It's not how it works. And I'm just going to grab a small plate. I'm going to go into the kitchen. I'm going to grab one or two of the cookies. I'll come back. We'll land the aircraft. I'll finish up the stream. I'll clean up, and then if anybody wants to chat in the Discord or whatever, I'll be in the Discord. A bit of noise right now as I move my chair back into position. Whoops. Over that cable. There we go. Bring the microphone back to the right position. Starry girl. got to stay there, okay? You can lay down, you can go on your bed, you can do whatever you want. I just don't want you near the tables and stuff because there's knives, hot stuff, and things you wouldn't be allowed to eat like chili and onion that I don't want you getting into, okay? Right. Yeah, so she's 8 months old, Tanana. So, we don't have much time left, so I'm going to set up the giveaway thing now whilst we're coming in, so give me a moment to do that. So, we're going to have 10 minutes on this giveaway. And it'll be exclamation mark giveaway, the number of tickets that you want to buy. And as I detailed at the start of the stream, this giveaway is of no financial benefit to you, but it is a bragging benefit when I do start it. And it literally means that you will be able to, I will contact you in the Discord, I will give you a list of all the single engine aircraft that meet the criteria that are available in the sim at this point. And then you will get to pick one of those, and that will be the aircraft that we use for the next 100 flights from leg 101 to 200. Meanwhile, I'm now going to get a good mouthful of all the lovely bits and pieces here in my bowl, so that I can describe to you exactly what I'm tasting. Crispy potato, beautiful flavorful meat that's got a good spice kick. The veggies have this amazing smoke and char to them, and they are so sweet and soft because they've been allowed to char and then steam and then rest and then they've been finished. Absolutely spectacular. And then it finishes off, you've got the claggy peanut butter or the peanut sauce that we put on the top with the egg, which just like, it sounds bad, but it's a really pleasant, claggy, you know, like really makes your tongue sort of swirl it all around the mouth and really get all the flavors that you're looking for. Very, 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 very good. But as you can see, doing it this way, significantly more intense, time-wise, work-wise, etc., to achieve what you're looking for. Whereas, as you saw in my original version, you can also do this dish in a very simplistic manner, simply by using things like peanut butter and chili powder and chips, frozen chips and stuff like that. Have I ever tried smoking veg? Yes, I've smoked corn, pumpkin, cauliflower and beetroot, and I can recommend all of them 100% wholeheartedly. Did I get a buzz? Do I get a buzz from what? Garwin, you are in the giveaway. If you're... Yeah, no, guys, you're all in the giveaway. Wes is in the giveaway, Bruden's in the giveaway, Metas is in the giveaway, Garwin's in the giveaway. So, I don't know why the bot's not telling you otherwise, but you're definitely in there. Are you, with that question, Drew, are you referring to the latest update? Don't know. Got up in the morning, set it up, ran it, went to work, came home at night, it was done. So I'm the wrong person to ask, unfortunately, there, Drew. So I'm also going to try these cookies. Far out. That is so good. It's coconutty. It's chewy, but it's also crunchy. It's macadamia-y. It's vanilla-y. It's not overly sweet, because there's no sugar, it's just the condensed milk for the sweetness. That is spectacular. Wes, how many tickets did you enter? 500 tickets. Yeah, chips, not crisps. That's correct, Janana. Chips. Excuse me while I just consume my body weight in food. This is delicious. Yeah, no, it's just GA. Just single engine GA. Yeah. Yeah, matters. I'll use one engine on the DC6. Let's see how that goes, eh? Also, this is probably a good time to detail the other thing that I was going to speak about. So basically for the next fortnight, possibly 3 weeks, but I'm saying fortnight at this point, there will be less streams and more videos. Basically, to put a long story short, because of changes to the vaccination mandate within the state I live in within Australia, I was unable to work my proper job alongside YouTube like I was previously, which over the 2-month period has resulted in me being well over $7,000 out of pocket that I wouldn't have otherwise have been because I had to dip into my savings. Now, this is in no way, shape or form your guys' fault. You've been amazing. You are, you have donated well and truly beyond my expectations. Your support means absolutely everything. But for the next fortnight or so, I need to go and work 30 to 35 hours minimum and get some of that cash flow coming back, because otherwise the chances of me being able to do charity events and special events and all that throughout December and streams and all sorts of things like that is significantly reduced because of that situation. So I just thought I'd put it out there that there is going to be less streams over the next fortnight or so, probably only 1 or 2 a week, and then things should go back to normal once I've had an opportunity to get the bank account back into some sort of normal state. But, the fact of the matter is it's going to take me months and months and months to recoup what was taken away from me by the changes to the vaccination mandate at the last minute, and due to age group eligibility and all sorts of bullshit meant that I wasn't eligible for it within enough time, which created the whole scenario. So, yeah. I'll be back to normal streaming by sort of early mid-December. We'll be able to do our Christmas stream. We'll be able to do our toy drive stream. We'll be able to do our helping families, who unfortunately live in unfortunate situations of poverty and all that at Christmas time stream. But yeah, I'm gonna be doing some cooking. I am going to be doing some bartending after I'm doing cooking at work, just whatever it is to pay the bills kind of thing and get the bank account back into some sort of normality. So anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there and be like, no, I'm not running away, and there's other things that I need to put work into. The cookbook is falling behind, like I'm falling behind in the cookbook. I have a stream deck now that I need to sit down and I need to learn how to use. I have various other things I need to focus on, improving with the channel, making sure that, all sorts of things are set up and ready, and I just sort of want to utilize that time as well, if that makes sense. So anyway, cool. Alright, so the stream has ended, so I'm now going to pick a winner, and this person is going to be the person who gets to select the next aircraft for the... That's better. For the next 100 legs. All right. Good. Interesting. There you go. There you go. So, Drew, I'll message you in the Discord. You'll have to pick an aircraft. Oh, Drew. You're a legend, mate. You didn't have to do that. In fact, I didn't want anyone to feel as if they needed to donate or whatever because of the scenario. But nonetheless, extremely appreciative of that, Drew. Much, much appreciated. I know people always go through this sorts of stuff. Yeah. Thank you, Drew. Genuinely, thank you, thank you, thank you. And also congrats on being the one who gets to select the next aircraft for the World Tour. Yeah, same problem, Garland. There we go. Go back. Trust me, Rudin, there ain't no payoffs. And you know what, Rudin? You put in 802, Drew put in 900. Where's he's joking? It's okay. I sent you a message in Discord, Drew. You might get a laugh out of it. Yeah, no, it won't at all, Wes. In case it wasn't obvious to you, it has very much been set up where you guys make your money or your currency real quick. Really, really quick. You hate the cold and the snow, Garland? That's interesting. I like the cold. I don't like the dark, the early dark and the late sunrise that comes with the cold, but I like the cold weather because you can just keep adding layers until you're no longer cold, but there's only so many layers you can take off before it's considered illegal and inappropriate. That's the way I look at it anyway. I like autumn and spring because it's just that nice middle ground, mid-20s, bit of sun, bit of rain, occasional cold day, occasional 30-degree day. Brilliant. You know, Garwin, I'm actually, yeah, so what you just said before about the active window, I'm starting to wonder if that's a thing. With all the issues that people have been having with hours in the bot and all that, I'm starting to wonder if it is able to recognize the active window. Which would explain a lot. Five hours of daylight, what's the point? No worries, Kangaroo. Thank you very much for coming along, mate. Much appreciated. Look after yourself, good sir. Alright, mouthful in and then it's my time to shine. Five hours is more than 2.5 hours, that's correct. Are you telling me that usually or in the height of winter, you'd only get 2.5 hours of sun? That's pretty screwed up. Definitely going for a bit of a nose down approach here. And we are down. Welcome to Sucre. Right, I'm going through you then, Garland. Don't get too excited if you can avoid it on that one. That's interesting. I wonder if your aircraft can't handle the altitude very well, going. It's just sort of like, nah, screw this. I'm on the ground at 9,500 feet. Hell no. Oh, there's people still flying. Hell yes. All right, awesome. Let's get the drone camera out. This is good news. No worries, Icarus. I got to get my hands on the Reno Air Races tomorrow. So we have Rudin, we have Derek, we have Cam still coming in. It's crazy because you sort of see them, they're like, oh, 10,500 feet, they're still miles away. And then you're like, oh no, hang on, they're only 1,000 feet above the ground, never mind. It auto shut off the mags. That is a bit weird going. Nice, Cam. Very nice. Let's head over to Vruden and Derek and watch them come in. Yeah, at least it didn't shut off mid-air whilst you're on approach there, Garland, because these valleys and mountain ranges would have not been a pleasant location to have an engine failure. It's not a problem that you're behind at all, Derek. Not a problem at all. Vruden, you are actually currently lower than the airport altitude. Just keep that in mind. You're in a hurry. What are you in a hurry about? No worries, Josh, mate. Thank you very much for coming along. Much appreciated. Glad you enjoyed. Hey, I mean, if you did have an engine out, there's a place you could land, I guess, on those sort of sandbanks of that river down there. Lighting up your barbecue and seasoning some ribs. Derek, I feel like if you're going to swear like that, we may have to have a bit of a conversation. I mean, I feel like I need to take a small percentage of your ribs and stuff. Jeez, you're moving, though. As soon as you get a piece of guinea pig, I don't think I'm going to be able to provide you with that somehow. I don't think I can even buy that here in Australia somehow. I thought it was a Peruvian delicacy. I guess there's not really that much difference, is there? Is that Milviz PC6 or is that the Microsoft Flight Simulator PC6?
Here's one for the lonely hearts, for the ones that fear the dark. You better run out of here. Bet you can't look the other way. Here's one for the broken road. That's the only one you know. You better run out, truth or dare. Get me out, take me anywhere but here. Oh, anywhere but here.
Whoa. Bang. Okay. That's a rough one. That's a very rough one. But I mean, you're down on the ground, I guess, so. You died. Well, that's an understatement. That is an understatement. Gonna be picking up pieces of aircraft off the runway here at Sucre for weeks. Don't text and fly? You mean don't text and land? What's this thing? Is that crazy ass hover drone thing? Yes it is. That looks nuts. There you go, Vruden, get a load of that. I feel like that's your kind of thing. Oh, Stew's in the Velocity. How is it, Stew? Is it as cool as it looks, or is it a bit of a meh? It's okay. Here comes Vruden. Yeah, I don't know what to think about that one either to now. That's because human life has a very different definition to cargo. Maximum 60 knots. Okay. That is quite slow. Brilliant landing, Vruden. Really nice. Really, really nice. Whoops. Alright, well, ladies and gentlemen, legends of the highest regard. I'm fucked. So tired. But that was absolute spectacular fun as well. So thank you very much to all of you for coming along. I hope you did enjoy the flight. I hope you did enjoy the cooking side of things as well. Another absolutely awesome dish. South America hasn't failed us yet. That's for sure. But massive, massive shout out to all of you who dropped donations tonight. Hugely appreciated. And also a massive shout out to Drew for winning the giveaway and being the lucky person who gets to select the next aircraft here for the World Adventure. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I've got a bit of a clean-up to do and a bed to visit. So I'm going to... Oh, and a Discord to maybe sit in for a little bit. So I'm going to do exactly that. Thank you very much for coming along again. It is very much appreciated. Legends, wherever you are in the world, you've got to look after yourselves. Make sure you stay safe, stay well, and don't do anyone that I wouldn't do. And I will catch all of you in the next stream. Cheers.
You know what I like to do to her? Something I call a dirty fuzzy.
Don't come round and waste my time. A generation of my time.